to the end of session number 3. How are you guys doing? Vulcan, how was your session? What was left of it, at least?
My session was good. I'm glad to not be hearing double audio, so thanks for helping me out with that.
No worries, no worries.
Also, my stream crashed, which was like kind of, rubbing salt in my wounds. So I had to restart my stream, but it's okay. Hopefully, knock on wood. Uh, hopefully, I don't do any crazy technical stuff for a bit, but
I just noticed that it had crashed because I was listening to it and I realized that the audio stopped. I couldn't hear the audio anymore. I was like, oh, it's probably my internet for like 2 seconds. Then I switched tabs and I didn't check back on it. And
no, it's just me causing trouble. But it's back up. I'm optimistic it won't crash again. We'll see what happens. And I feel like conversation will just be so much easier now since I'm not like trying to parse 4 people talking,
yeah.
2 of each of us.
Definitely. I'm glad that we managed to find it. It wasn't easy, I must say. I had to take to Reddit to find that one single check mark we had to click all those hours ago to
Yeah,
fix this.
I just don't really use browser sources on my stream, so I had no idea how to navigate that. Because I usually do it by applications.
Yeah.
And I don't really mess with my stream settings that much. I kind of just like when it works, I just kind of stop messing with it. But
And
thank you. I
no worries.
appreciate the tech support.
No problem at all. In the remaining minutes of the session, I downloaded a Slovak deck
Oh,
for
from
Anki.
Anki?
Yeah, it's got
Nice.
I don't know, like over 1,000 I think cards in it, or 999 is the cap. Something
hmm
something absurd, and I'll be working on that. Yeah, it's exactly 1,000. So I'll be working on this to see if how much of it I know and how helpful it is to learn vocabulary this way,
hmm
because my general sense of grammar, although not strong, is somewhat there-ish. Pronunciation is
hmm
definitely good, and I can read things. Not that I would understand everything. So I'm guessing if I add more vocabulary to the mix, I would increase my likelihood of seeing more familiar words here and there, regardless of
Yeah,
whether or not
yeah.
I get the grammar behind it.
I really recommend so Refold has some resources for setting up your Anki settings. I recommend going through those
Hmm.
because the default Anki settings will make you do a lot of reviews.
Hmm.
And it's kind of good to know how to tune the algorithm to like the specific type of thing that you're trying to memorize.
Hmm.
Like for example, if I learn a new English word, it's possible I never need to see it in Anki, and I might remember it for the rest of my life,
Yep.
depending on how powerful that exposure was.
Hmm.
Whereas with a Japanese word, like I would need to review it way more frequently,
Hmm.
and you can kind of like tune those parameters for different types of knowledge, and the default settings kind of assume that the knowledge is very slippery and very difficult to hang on to.
Hmm. That's interesting.
Um,
No,
so I would go through the Refold stuff. They might also have some Slavic resources. I don't know if you've looked at all, but they might have like a Slavic language learning community.
let me check for. I don't think they did. They had a Mandarin, which I joined, German, and I think they have Czech, but they don't have Slovak, which is they even
hmm
have Persian, which is my other mother tongue, but they have Czech, which is slightly different. Um, not a lot, but not exactly the same. You can easily tell if you're a native, if someone's speaking Czech or Slovak. Um, but still, some of the resources might actually be handy. So I'll definitely look into it. Now, for
Yeah, sometimes they don't have a dedicated server, but they
mhm,
still have like channel or something, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
possible they don't have it. It's still growing.
They had a channel for Persian and Czech, but they had full-on servers for Mandarin and German, which I joined. But I haven't had the chance to take to make the most out of it. From German, I tried Mandarin, not yet, because I really can't be asked to relearn Pinyin after learning Mandarin for so many years. I'm done with
Yeah.
trying Mandarin for now. And for those who don't know, could you maybe explain what Refold is and how they can access it and what they can
Yeah,
expect to
so
learn there?
I'll throw a link in the chat
Mhm,
when the next session starts, but it's basically a language learning community that kind of emphasizes learning by immersing yourself in native content. So instead of using a textbook or a memorizing set, uh, if there's enough, media where you don't need to memorize phrases or grammar structures, you can kind of learn from the media itself,
mhm,
is kind of the idea. So the most common approach is to use Anki, which is a spaced repetition flashcard system. So if you had physical flashcards, if there were 10 words out of, let's say 2,000 words, which is a ton, but like you actually need to know way more than that to become fluent in a
mhm.
language.
Yeah.
If you know 2,000 words and you really only need to see like 20 of them or 50 of them, you're going to mainly be going through a bunch of stuff you already know. But if
Mhm,
you have a smart flashcard system, it can show you flashcards when you're about to forget that information so that you're way more efficient with your reviews. You're only looking at information that you need to see. And you can also make the flashcards very customizable. There's tons of add-ons that can make the flashcard repetitions and the flashcard themselves look just about however you want them to look
mhm.
and function. I personally create flashcards from shows that I watch, so I click a button and it exports the audio, a screenshot, subtitles if they have them, and puts them in a flashcard that I can format to my liking and review.
That is a really cool extension that you've tried to tell me about. I've downloaded it from was it GitHub, I think? Um, I think it was.
I just use the browser one. I don't use the extension.
Ah, okay.
I use a different extension
Mhm,
called Migaku
mhm.
as a
Is
browser extension. I kind of just use ASW Player for local files, but I'm thinking about trying to use it, or ASB Player, I think is what it's called,
mhm.
which does the same thing basically. But I'm gonna try and use the extension version like you're trying to use because I think I want to be able to use it for streaming videos instead of just local videos.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah.
Uh, the extension, getting it is not difficult. I don't know if I even have it here right now or if I kept it, but, using it was a bit, tricky for me because you had to give the parameters of where to find the screenshot, like,
Hmm.
and the format for the, subtitles, which are information I didn't have. I didn't know how to direct it to find the location of the screen to take the screenshot. But I definitely would like to learn it because for German it'll be very applicable since there are lots of resources for German available at the moment. And what is
Okay.
Migaku, by the way?
Okay. If I figure out the extension, I'll let you know, and then I can actually pay you back for the tech support that you
No
provided
worries.
me. So Migaku is a little bit more painless. The setup as a
Mhm,
browser extension, it sounds like it basically does the same thing. Just it's a little more automated,
mhm,
but a little less customizable. So that's like the drawback. So I prefer to use ASB Player with local files, uh, because then I can be very customized.
mhm.
But Migaku is nice because it's a little bit more automated and it's a browser extension, and I use it with the when I stream videos. But Migaku, it costs $5. They have a Patreon. That's how you subscribe,
Mhm.
and I can put the name in the chat so that people can Google it if they want.
And
But their name is Japanese. It basically means same with Anki. Anki basically means like memorization
mhm.
something along those lines in Japanese and in English. And then migaku kind of means like to like polish, I guess.
Mhm.
That's just like nerd information, but it's
That is
just a browser
interesting.
extension. It works with Netflix.
Hmm.
Uh, it gives you a bar on the side of your Netflix streaming video with each subtitle line selectable and exportable. So when you select it, you can export that subtitle line with the subtitles, the audio, the screenshot. You can even have it connect to Anki
Hmm.
so that it knows the words that you know, and it will highlight the words
Oh.
that you don't know read in the subtitles. So if you know a lot of words, like in Japanese, it's actually becoming harder and harder for me to find words that I don't know.
Hmm.
It's really nice to be able to go to a show I've seen before, open up the subtitles in the right pane, and just
Hmm.
scroll through them until I see red, and then click a check mark and export that to Anki
That is
and
actually
see if
really
it's,
impressive.
yeah, so it's very
Yeah.
useful. You can actually have it do it automatically for like every sentence that has a word you don't know. You can export all, and it'll just send them all to Anki.
And does this only work for Japanese at the moment for on Migaku?
No, it supports other languages. I don't
Okay.
know how good the support is and how good the sentence parsing is for all the other languages because I've only used it for Japanese.
Hmm.
But they're trying to make it better and better. So if it doesn't work now for what you need, I would at least try it and check in later to see,
Hmm.
if it doesn't work how you want it to. I'm sure it will eventually.
Yep. Yep. I'll definitely look into the language support for Migaku because that sounds very interesting as well.
They have a Discord server too for like tech support and stuff like
Hmm.
that. Mhm.
For this session, I think I'll look up Refold's Anki guide for these settings because my Anki settings are bare minimum, like default, and they're really annoying to learn anything with, even for my uni. That's why I don't
Yeah.
really like
You'll be
Anki.
doing a lot of reviews with the default settings.
Yeah. So I'll be working on that in the beginning. It's a good thing that you mentioned because Refold has lots of resources that I haven't had the chance to go through. But now that I know what I'm looking for, I'll find it right now.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find uh stuff because there's so much stuff that they
Yep.
have.
Yep.
I think they're working on it, and but I wish you luck. And if you have questions at the next break, we can discuss Anki settings or whatever.
Definitely. Definitely. So you ready for the fourth session?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Hello, 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 and welcome back to the end of session number 4. How are you guys doing by the end of this one? Hello, Apu. How was your session, Vulcan?
My session was good.
I think I just.
Okay.
There we
Think
go.
I'll unfreeze in a second. There
Yep,
we
yep.
go.
Yeah. I thought maybe I did the full screen thing again, but it was your camera. So, what'd you do this session?
I did some more Japanese stuff. I probably will do one more session of Japanese and then transition to some research stuff.
Hmm.
How about you? Were you working on Anki settings in your new deck?
Yeah, yep. So I found the Refold's website's Anki settings, and I watched their video. It was about
Mm-hmm.
30 minutes, watched it on 2 times. And I learned a lot about Anki in the background that I thought, if I learn it, it's not really going to affect my learning strategy, but it did because I didn't know about the easy and hard button messing up the algorithm of the deck so much. And
Yeah,
also,
for sure.
honestly, I was just winging it for the last 4 years of using Anki. I was like, yeah, that felt easy. I didn't care about the minutes on it because I really don't use Anki every day or for 100 minutes, let's say. So it didn't
Mm-hmm.
really matter when it's coming back. Whenever I study again, I hope I see that thing again. It was the logic. But now that I realized every time I hit easy or hard, it permanently long term affects it. I'm a bit more mindful, and I put in all the settings for the deck as well. I made a new preset. I just got
Mm-hmm.
one question from you for your settings. On the website, it recommended 10 new cards per day. That feels like very low. Am I wrong?
Yeah, so I think it just depends on how sticky the information is. If you're
Hmm.
learning a foreign language that you have no mental infrastructure in, 10 cards can be a lot,
Hmm.
especially since you need to maintain that knowledge indefinitely. So 10 cards a day becomes 3,650 words of vocabulary in 1 year.
I did not consider that.
Uh,
Yeah.
which, if you are
Yeah.
also learning grammar, consuming media in the target language, and doing engaging in other language learning activities,
Mhm.
actually ends up being like quite a monumental feat. So over 2 years, you'd know almost 10,000 words, and I'd say, at least from my experience, to be like pretty comfortable with consuming most media, you kind of need to get to around that 10,000 word range. So
Mhm.
being able to do that in a little over 2 years, uh, I think is still a pretty. It like adds up over time if you're
Mhm.
consistent.
Yep. Yep. That's a good point, actually. um.
But if you were learning like English words or like a language that you already know to fluency, you could do more than 10 because you already have a ton of mental infrastructure. So it's really easy to remember new information.
Mhm.
Or like your medical facts, for example, since you have a lot of medical knowledge, you probably can retain more than 10 new medical facts a day.
That's a good point. Yeah, I should make a different preset with similar settings, avoiding easy and hard on Anki, but adding more cards per day probably, because sometimes I've got like 700 flashcards in 2 weeks to study for them, so 10 a day will just not cut it. Um,
Yeah,
so
yeah, that's more of like a foreign language learning recommendation than a like general knowledge recommendation.
yep, yep, that's a good point.
And
Now that
also the
I
way Oh, sorry. I was
no,
just going to
please go
say
ahead.
also you'll want a little bit more aggressive settings for your stuff too than what Refold recommends, cuz if you need to have nearly 100% comprehension for like a test,
Hmm.
that's different than like language learning where if you like have 80 to 85% comprehension, that's going to be fine.
Yep.
Um yeah.
Hmm. It's a good thing you mentioned that as well, because in my med school, the written tests, just to pass, you need 80% or over in some of the subjects, just to get the an E and not get an F
Mhm.
and fail. So 80% of all the flashcards, considering there's room for error, is definitely not good on the test. I'm shooting myself in the
Yeah.
foot. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
what you
good thing
need
you
for a
mentioned.
test is different than for like language learning,
Yeah,
where you're not being graded.
I need like 120%. So when I do forget something on the test, I land somewhere around 80. But that's a good tip. Actually, I will come back to you in a few weeks. I think when I have to do medical school flashcards and ask you from
Mhm.
your experience on non-language related settings for Anki. Because thus far, after 4 years, I have over 150 decks, a couple of
Mhm.
tens of thousands of cards in them, and I've barely ever used Anki because I never really got the spacing um, algorithm down.
Yeah, Anki is really can make your life hell if you're not careful. So, um
I now understand why my friends use this other app called BrainU. It's a German one. I thought they're
mhm.
using it because it's a German app, so they can change the language and it just makes more sense for them. Or
Mhm.
maybe it's just better advertised in their schools, but
Mhm.
apparently not. Anki is just problematic because I've like mindlessly downloaded the decks for BrainU that my friends have made with very minimal setting changes, which are very intuitive when you see them. And I've just gone
Mhm.
through it and it made sense. And then I would switch to Anki because someone decided to make Anki decks and not BrainU decks, and I would be so lost. I would rather just make
Yeah,
my own 1,000 cards.
I mainly use Anki for the language learning support add-ons. So like a lot of the add-ons that make language learning more customizable. That's the main reason I use it. I think it has a steep learning curve for new users,
Yep,
and
definitely true.
since I've kind of gotten past that learning curve because I've been using it for a while, and since Refold resources educated me on the process pretty early on, I
Mhm.
like am comfortable with it now. But I can understand it being really difficult when you first start because I still kind of remember those like frustrations. But I actually was curious to ask you about medical school life in general because I have some
Mhm.
friends that are medical students, but from what they've told me, it would seem difficult for them to be like study streamers. But I'd say a huge percentage of the study streamers are medical students.
True. Yeah, that's
So like,
both of those things are very true. um, so personal experience. If you look back on my channel as well, I've been streaming for 2 years since January 26th, 2 years ago. Um,
mhm.
and I am very consistent with my streams when it comes to the exam period. I stream every day for 10, 11 weeks in a row, somewhere between 10 to 16 hours a day. But then the semester starts the next day and I disappear off the face of the internet because um, I can send you on Discord like a preview of what my schedule looks of like from tomorrow, for example. I'm in uni every day from 8 a.m. Until 12:50. Then I gotta get home, which is a 30-minute uh, transport. So somewhere around 1:20, I'll get home. 1:30 to 2:30, I'm teaching English to my students. From 2:30 until 4:20, I have an online class for uni, and from 4:30 until 7:20 p.m., I have another online lecture for uni as well. So I start my day at 8 at uni, which means I leave my house at like 7:15. I wake up at 6, and I finish my day at 7:20. So I'm left with like 2, 3 hours to stream, but also haven't had breakfast, lunch, or dinner in this time because I was just running from place to place. I haven't gone to the gym. I haven't met my friends. I haven't rested. I haven't rewarded myself, let's say, with anything for all the work. And it's going to repeat the
Yeah.
next day. So I need the rest. So at 7:20, starting to stream, my schedule says yes, but my physical capabilities as a human is like, no, we're not going to do this today. So
Yeah, I
that's
totally understand that. My daily schedule is like not as bad as that, but
mhm,
it can be close to as bad as that. if I go to lab instead of working from home, which is my
Hmm.
current situation. Because if I like work from home, then I can stream the busyness. But if I'm working in lab, then streaming becomes very difficult. So like my lately for the last couple months, I've been streaming 2 hours in the evenings, and that's because that's like the first time in the day that I'm actually free. Is
Hmm.
like my current schedule is I go to the gym in the morning or I sleep in to the point that I would have gotten back from the gym.
Yep.
I alternate. Uh and then I go to the lab, I get home, I make dinner, and then I stream, and then I try and watch like something in Japanese for like 30 minutes, and then I go to bed.
Yep.
Uh so if you need to leave your house in any capacity, I feel like steady streaming becomes like nearly impossible if you're
Exactly.
busy.
Yeah. Yep.
Which medical students are. So I just am very surprised that so many of y'all are study streamers. Like,
I'm honestly so my especially the ones that stream throughout the semester. I'm like, how do you guys do you not have to be at uni right now? Because I just woke up, went to 4 classes, and you're still streaming. What kind of
yeah,
schedule do you have?
they
I
must have
want
like
what you
more
have.
online options, I guess.
I guess during COVID it would have made sense, but I was also free during COVID, like the lockdowns and um,
Hmm.
the curfews. But after that, they still kept going. I'm like, are you guys really medical students? Are we studying the same thing right now? Because you're like higher years than me, which means more hospital work, including night shifts at the hospital and the weekends, and you're here 12 hours a day. When does the school
Yeah,
happen? If I miss one
maybe.
class in uni, I'm not able to take my final exam until I make it up. So how do you
Yeah,
guys?
maybe it's for the hype, the study with medical student tag.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe it's a new conspiracy on YouTube we gotta investigate because honestly, some of it doesn't make sense. Um, I know I know some streamers which are like studying law or computer science. And my own friends who study law and computer science have a lot of online classes or very infrequent classes. So much so that they have full-time jobs instead. Like they can be at a restaurant, waiting tables or working at a tech company from 8 to 5 most days of the week, no problem. So some other people I can see that they can invest that in streaming, but um, I have no idea, honestly, how year after year, semester after semester, they just still have the time. The schedule still allows it. I low key envy them, but uh, I can't. I can't have it all. Can't get a good education, see patients, and not leave my house.
Yeah, it probably just depends on the program you're in.
Yeah, yeah.
Like maybe their program just is more conducive to working remotely. I'm not sure.
That must be it. Honestly, I gotta do an interview with them just to figure out how they manage this. I'm legitimately baffled by this. Um,
Yeah, get some of them on a co-stream, and I'll try and stop in for the breaks.
just to figure out the mystery, the secret to streaming with med school.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That during the exam period you can study more though, so you kind of just ebb and flow with the exams that your stream schedule
Yeah,
does. I
yeah.
mean,
So when
okay.
I've got exams, I cancel my students' classes for like a month or two. Um, and I try to reduce this. Like I don't go to the hospital. I don't volunteer. I'm just home studying 7 days a week, all day long, with maybe exception of one or two night outs if it's a birthday or something important. If not, I'm just studying in the exams. But
Cool.
now I'm looking forward to using the new Anki settings and seeing how much Slovak I can learn. I've also
Yeah.
noticed that I don't have a Slovak keyboard on my keyboard. So everything I type, even though it's technically correct, it's not, and it's a little bit demotivating seeing the red strikes every time I say show answer, and it's like you put the letter wrong. I'm like, I know, but I don't have it. I don't have the alphabets in this
Oh,
keyboard.
oh, you're like typing it out.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
used to do that for Japanese, but I had to stop because I was like starting to get like carpal tunnel syndrome
Well,
or
you've
symptoms, carpal tunnel
mhm.
symptoms. So like I can't be typing like a bunch of
Your dedication
uh
to Japanese is honestly impressive. If I had that same amount in Slovak, I could have probably been at B2 level. Probably. I don't wanna underestimate it before I even start.
well, I wish you luck in the next session.
Likewise,
I lo-
likewise.
I look forward to hearing how it goes.
Will do. Have a good one.
See ya.
Hey there. 10-minute break coming right up.
Yo, how's your session, Datus?
Um, my session was all right. I finally did some Slovak actual learning. Um, and the words are random, but there's stuff that I sort of know, sort of don't. And um, I'm I downloaded the Slovak keyboard, so now I have no excuses for getting the words wrong. So I'm trying to get the diacritics of Slovak correct, which is more fun than I thought, honestly.
Yeah, it'll be good if you ever need to type it on your computer in like a chat or something.
Exactly, exactly. And
Also, if you think like you can learn it without Anki, you can always suspend the card, and like not review it unless you need to. If you know some of the words.
uh-huh, okay, that's a good tip as well. The thing is, I know the words in spoken language. I know how to say them, but it's good to learn the diacritics as well. Because,
Ah, I see.
for example, in Slovak, they've got, I'm just gonna call it like a little slash above their A, E, I, O, U, like the French, but they also have it above their Y's. They have it next to their D, T, N, and L's as well. They have like
Mm-hmm.
little arrows above them. And then they have a arrow pointing down. They call them mechans on the Z, the C, and the N. So bunch of new letters um, that I know how to say, but I don't know how to write. So I think even if their words I know, it's good to get to actually
Cool.
um, see how they're written.
So so pivoting a little bit, I
Mhm.
actually wanted to ask like what your goals for your stream are. Like what the reason why you stream is and what your like long-term goals for the stream are. Like once you become, Dr. Datus, will the stream not exist at that point, or I'm just kind of curious because I haven't gotten to ask any study streamers
Mhm.
this before.
That's a good question. So I'm pretty sure once I graduate, I still will have some studying left, but it will mostly be done in forms of um, doing research, reading research articles, and on the job. So the learning is done through experience when you want to specialize mostly. Like
Mm-hmm.
once I graduate med school, there are no like lectures or seminars they take you to for your specialization. You just work until you learn, and then you take an exam to make sure you learn properly, basically. So it's a lot of self learning. And I personally am not the type that self learns well from books and videos. If I have the opportunity to learn it in person, I pick it up way quicker and a lot more at the same time. So I think I would try to increase my hospital hours basically to get more experience, which would kind of leave the streaming hang out to dry. But we'll see where I end up in terms of video editing skills because right now it's zero, which is a lovely thing about streaming. I need to have zero video editing skills, um,
Mm-hmm.
like absolutely none. And I might have to add that to my inventory of skills if I want to continue YouTube. Because I could do vlogs, I could do educational content, but who's gonna edit it? Who's gonna post it? I might have to
Yeah,
hire an
that
editor.
yeah, that's true. I wonder how much editors cost because I'm not really interested in
Hmm.
video
Um,
editing as well. So it's kind of like, or at least I don't have to do it for study streaming.
yeah, same.
And if the learning curve is too high and the amount of time spent is too high, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe if I tried doing it and got good at it, I would enjoy it.
Hmm.
But it just doesn't appeal to me in my like at my current skill level and current mindset with it.
Hmm.
Um, but I think I'll continue to make videos probably like forever, but just not at a high frequency. Like
Hmm.
if I'm busy, maybe there will be a video like once every couple months, at
Yeah, yeah.
worst case, or like maybe once every few weeks
Mhm.
if I can manage. But um,
So I
yeah,
think I'll
I
try to stick with that frequency if interesting things do come up. I think I might turn the channel into a bit of an educational hub for things related to life after med school, because life during med school and education is pretty well covered. Life after med school is when you're a doctor and you're too busy to make YouTube videos. So it's a market to capitalize on. But in the next 2.5 years, we'll see. The new Gen Z doctors that are graduating are probably going to beat me to it. But hospital logs, what it's like, helping students who want to study where I studied, because I studied in two different med schools, get into either one of them. Um, and yeah, just living life and documenting it through video would be the end goal, or not a long term plan. But
that's cool.
I still got 2.5 years left, so that's 2.5 years of at least streaming every 14 weeks. Uh, After like a
Mhm.
14 break of education, I have exams. So every 14 weeks, you can expect me to be right back streaming for the next 2.5 years. If I don't make it, if I'm unable to stream throughout the semester consistently.
Cool. Nice. We'll have to do more joint streams in the future, hopefully with less bugs on my end. Uh,
So far, it seems like the
uh,
bugs are over. You're just black and white,
I
but
think so. It's
it's
fine. It's part of the aesthetic now.
yeah, it is. It
Uh,
is. If you want to unlock the colored feature of Vulcan's video, you have to click his link that I pinned in the chat behind me.
um, yeah, I think my channel won't be as educational as it sounds yours is going to be. I want to post some like motorcycle content in the
Nice.
future.
Hmm.
So I do a lot of projects in my garage, and I've started a video, but I'm running into a lot of issues fixing a problem on my motorcycle right now. So the video is not being completed by my own lack of competency right now in actually fixing it. um, but like fixing old classic motorcycles is a hobby of mine.
Hmm.
And then I also view it as kind of like a public diary.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's kind of fun to document uh, this part of my life because it's a very like pivotal part of my life.
Mhm.
I'll be graduating PhD. I got a cat
Yeah.
while I was streaming. I got Clover like 2 months in, and I'm hoping to move to Japan in like the next year and a half or so.
Hmm.
So when the stream slows down, it'll probably be after that move, and I'll probably make some videos in like my early time there, just like talk, not really vlogging, but just like talking in my room about my experiences. But kind of just like a public diary, I guess. I do want to make some more language learning content in the future as
Hmm.
well. Um, I just want it to be really good, so I'm kind of waiting to reach a more like terminal stage in my language learning journey so that my advice doesn't get like overwritten by different advice as I get better.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but I kind of want to make a video on ChatGPT because I feel like I've been using it in pretty unique ways that people might find interesting.
I'm quite
Uh,
curious on how I use it actually, because I use it like the most ooga booga level of what is this in Slovak? Can you explain osmosis? Like basic stuff. And then sometimes I just show it to my friends. I'm like, here's this AI thing. What do you want to ask? And their questions are like non-creative because I just put them on the spot. Like, and
mhm.
usually they're doctors that I ask this from. They're like, I don't know, how do you diagnose this? And then they look at it like, yeah, it's gonna okay. And then they just shrug it off. I'm like, but let me show you this. And then I just keep going in depth on that one question, and then I leave it for next week. I don't touch it anymore. I'm sure you have way more uh, cooler and creative functions for it than I do.
I just love messing with ChatGPT. I feel like it's a hobby of mine at this point.
Hmm.
Like one thing I had it do recently was I told it to be my imaginary friend,
Uh huh.
and I told it what personality traits I wanted it to have, and
Okay.
then I told it to converse with me and that I would update I would give it feedback on being a better version of the imaginary friend that I imagined as the conversation went on.
Okay.
Uh, and that turned out to be very fun and interesting. So
I
I
want to
kind of
read the
applied like the
book.
same. So I kind of applied that same enjoyment to, I think, applying it to my language learning.
Hmm.
So um like I use it as a monolingual dictionary, so like Japanese to Japanese dictionary.
Okay.
Because you can't really translate between the two languages almost at all, and if you do, you're kind of putting yourself in a misunderstanding situation
Hmm.
where you can kind of get somewhat close to meaning, but not entirely there. So I really like getting Japanese definitions for Japanese words and putting that on my cards, or because the English definitions are so terrible, all the Japanese English dictionaries, I'll actually take the Japanese definitions and translate them into English and use that as the English definition if I can't understand the Japanese in the first place. And then if I can understand it in the future, I'll delete the English translated version of that Japanese
Hmm.
definition. So I've been using ChatGPT as a monolingual dictionary. So I'll say, like, give me the Japanese to Japanese, like a Japanese definition for this word.
Hmm.
And then I'll tell it to translate to English the definition it gave me if I can't understand the definition it gave me.
That's smart.
Um,
Yeah. It's an
and
interesting
if
way
I
of
don't
using it.
understand it, I'll ask it to try again
Hmm.
and try and describe why I'm not understanding.
Hmm. And
Uh,
how long have you been learning, and what's your level at right now? What would you
uh,
rate yourself?
I just passed the JLPT N2. I don't know what that converts to in the European system. Um, I can Google it, I guess. I'm like a B2 C1 in Spanish. Probably
Okay.
closer to C1, especially when I was more active in it.
Hmm.
Um, I'm a strong B2 low C1. I can like understand anything I want on Netflix and stuff. I do most of my enjoyment media consumption in Spanish nowadays.
Wow, that
But
is impressive.
for
Like
Japanese, I don't
they.
know what an N2 is. They have 5 levels of the Japanese proficiency test,
Hmm.
and I took the second highest level and passed. Um, I'm going to try and take the highest level next year. But I think the JLPT is easier than a lot of the European tests.
I'm taking a look. So it's 1 to 5, and N1 is more difficult, right?
N1's the hardest by far. I've heard N2, the jump from N2 to N1 is pretty big. But I haven't taken N1. I took N2 this December or in December 2022.
Mm-hmm. So from what I'm seeing, I pulled up the list. N2 would be in CFR, would be a B2, and N1 is a
Okay,
B2 plus. So what I'm hearing, what I'm not
that
hearing, sorry,
sounds right.
seeing on Reddit is, it says frankly, even this is a comment on Reddit. It says frankly, even N1 isn't really along the lines of a native speaker. It's more like passing the N1. You will be able to at a level where you could expect to be in Japan as either a university student or a full-time employee at a Japanese corporation. So I guess one below proficiency. B2, B1 makes sense. B2 would make sense then in
Yeah,
our
I think
standards.
B2 would make sense just from
Mhm.
my Spanish experience. I took some
Mhm.
of the practice tests online to in the past for Spanish. Um, so that would make sense. I feel like I feel less comfortable than B2 reading. I feel like my listening is much stronger, but I think it's the new character system is just has a steep learning curve.
Mhm. And how do you practice your speaking, by the way, is what I was wondering. Your reading and
I'm
speaking.
I am a very unbalanced learner at this time. I like don't really speak very often.
Mhm.
So I don't really practice it that much right now.
Mhm.
Every once in a while, I'll jump in an italki tutor just to get some psychological motivation.
Mhm.
But ultimately, the conversations I'm interested in having aren't like surface level ones.
Mhm.
And I'm not in a situation where I have patients, coming in speaking Japanese, right?
Yep.
So I don't need to know like more elementary level conversation. There's no
Mhm.
functional benefit to that
Mhm.
to me, unlike for you as being a doctor
Mhm.
and having multilingual patients. So I'm kind of focusing on being able to understand first so that when I have a conversation, it's actually a two-way conversation instead of a one-way conversation.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
if you can't understand them,
Mhm.
but you can only output like pre-memorized
Yeah.
phrases,
Yeah. Which
then
is what
you
I'm
can't
doing.
really actually have a conversation.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what I currently am at with Slovak. I can have bare minimum basic conversations, and I know enough to explain to them that I don't understand a word. And like in Slovak, I'm like, hey, I don't get this word that you just used, so they'll try to explain, or they might just switch to English completely at times. But
Mhm.
when it comes to like medical stuff, if it's very common that you ask a patient like, so when did your back start hurting? I expect numbers like days, weeks, months, hours, on and off. And then I can ask about types of pain. Where does it come from? Where does it go? These I know. But then they start telling me about how it all started when they were 18, when they first slipped on ice in a snow pile and they hurt their
Yeah.
C2. Maybe it was the C5. They're not sure. They gotta like somewhere around those vertebrae, they got hurt, but then they were fine for 20 years. Then they had kids, and out of nowhere, they picked up their kid one day. I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I want to help you, but I have no idea how and where to begin with the list of things I didn't understand. So let me just call the doctor. Just wait, you'll be
Yeah,
fine.
I think that's pretty common, and ultimately, I feel like that's really good for psychological motivation, and I should put myself in those types of situations more often,
Hmm.
because I think your emotional response to learning plays a huge role in how much you actually memorize. Like if you
Yep, yep,
have a
definitely.
need to be good at a language,
Hmm.
uh, you'll get better faster. So,
That's absolutely correct. Yeah, I personally learned English. I went from like almost non-existent or A1 to B1, B2, so I could study in an American school in a matter of 2.5 months. It was mainly because I was failing classes, but I knew the subject, but I couldn't understand the test questions. Like I remember
mhm.
once there was a exam test of math, which was list 5 even numbers. And in my head, I'm like, I've never been taught what even or odd is. I know the numbers. I don't know what the word even or odd means. So I just guessed, and I guessed wrong. I'm like 135, but they wanted 246. And I remember getting the test paper back and being like, I'm not stupid. I just don't understand. This is frustrating. So I ended up having my class tutor from school come home with me every single day. Like in school, we had school from 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. I would wait for her to finish her work. My parents basically hired her as a private tutor. She would walk me home, which was across the street from school, and then study English with me for the next 4 or 5 hours. And I had like stacks of English books that I just rewrote words over and over again until I learned, memorized, pronounced, and all of that. So every day for 2 months, I went into intensive English learning mode. And then once the English settled in, the subjects were not difficult. They were like fifth grade science, right? Learning about the
Mhm.
layers of the crust of the earth. Nothing crazy, but or geography. Like I didn't know the word for evaporation, but I knew the concept. And as soon as the English came in, I could link the two, and it was smooth sailing from there. And I think it's the same with Slovak because I am looking to use it in a specific manner in this case. I'm not trying to like live here long term, but get by with my job. Um,
Mhm.
so if I can get that down and apply my medical knowledge into Slovak, then I should be good, right? I don't have to learn
Yeah,
medicine in Slovak.
one of the advantages of learning a language as an adult is that you know concepts already, so you don't need to do that part of the process as much. Um, so
Yep,
that's
yep.
nice. You can leverage your understanding of concepts and kind of chop them up slightly differently to meet the new language. But yeah, since I'm not in a position like you where I need to know my foreign language, I kind of like purposely stress myself out to try and psychologically motivate me. I'll be like, Nico, imagine, I like, imagine like a year and a half from now,
Yeah,
you're gonna get there and you're not gonna be able to talk to anyone, and I'll
yeah.
be like, stress myself out to the point where,
That's genius.
yeah, I don't know how well it's working. I don't know if my brain is able to like trick itself in that way, but I'm
Yeah,
trying to make it do that because I'm just alone in my room without
yeah,
any
yeah.
Japanese people here, so it's
I
very
get
hard to
that.
like motivate me to think this
That's
is
funny.
important.
In my case, I just leave my house, get inside the taxi, and instead of saying good afternoon, I say dobrý den. They assume I know
Hmm.
Slovak, and they just go on a either a rant about how bad their day was, or on like a whole dialogue, which turns into a monologue very quickly when I can't answer them. And right by the end of the taxi ride, I'm like, I should learn this damn language. It's been 4 years. It's it's easy to remind myself that I'm not in a very good position with the language. But
Well, I'm jealous that you have such quicker access to uncomfortable situations.
I think you need to hire somebody from my talkie to call you at random times of the day, like 3 hours a week. Just call you during your 3 hours. It doesn't matter what you're doing. You got to drop it. Speak Japanese with them, and they're gonna talk about a random topic that they know you would like. And you have no choice but to scramble in your brain looking for words. That will do the trick for sure.
That's hilarious. I'm hoping, so my current plan is to hopefully make a Japanese friend in Refold once I'm good enough and we can do like crosstalk where I speak in English and they speak in Japanese,
Hmm.
and then eventually graduate from that and have to speak in Japanese myself. That's like my current plan, just because italki adds up money wise. But
Hmm.
I still like italki. I just can't do it at a high frequency.
Yeah, I get
It's
that.
not
Yeah,
too expensive, but it would add up.
definitely. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking of doing something similar, but I was like, that's gonna be 100 euros a week. That doesn't no. That that doesn't work. I can't put in 100 just to hope that I can intensively learn the language. I'm just gonna stick with Anki.
Yep.
All right,
Okay,
shall we
well,
go into
we should
session
probably get
six?
this next session, but
Yep,
it was
good
fun
call.
talking. I'll see you
Likewise.
at the next break.
Yep, have a great session, mate.
You too.
15 minutes on the clock in 5, 6, 7,
Yo, how's it going?
Hey, not bad. Slovak's going good. I'm just hearing my music from the wrong place. Oh, there we go. Had a good session.
Yeah, mine was pretty good. I'm almost done with my Anki reps for the day, which is a good feeling.
Um, give me a second. I gotta switch the break tab on stream.
No
Hello,
worries.
hello, hello, and welcome back to the end of session number 6, where we will definitely try to not have a 10-minute break. How are you guys doing? How was your session? Hello, Strange Kid. Hello, Barbara. Welcome back. Nice to see you again, Irina. You guys are having a very productive and interesting chat in the conversation in the chat, I see. I'm not going to interrupt you guys in there. So how was your session, Vulcan? You just said you're almost done with your flashcards, or you're already done with them?
Almost done. I didn't do flashcards yesterday, so I kind of had double the reps today,
Hmm.
and I'm almost done, thankfully.
I just finished the cards, the new deck, because first I put 40 new cards. I thought that's an okay number, but that
Mhm.
finished in the first session. So I made it 50, then I made it 60, and 70 new cards, and 80, and now I'm up to 90 new cards. But
Just be careful, because
tomorrow it's gonna hit hard.
it only gets worse. So the way I think about it is
Hmm.
think of the amount of reviews you want to do.
Hmm.
And with kind of like a healthy algorithm, you'll have to do like 7 times that amount every day if that's your steady state. So, like, if you make 10 cards per day,
Hmm.
you'll have 70 reviews a day, will probably be around your steady state because you'll have to like maintain the knowledge, so all the cards you'll see again in the future. So, you won't just have new card reps, you'll have the reps of your old cards, and it
Yeah.
works out to be about 7 times whatever your new card rate is
Hmm.
for the refold settings. So if you learn like 100 new cards a day, that would be 700
700.
reps per day. Once it
uh,
reaches steady state, which will take about 2 weeks of
what do you
repping
mean?
before you reach steady state.
What is the steady state?
So it takes, like, your cards are going to evolve in a certain way in terms of
Hmm.
their interval. So like first it'll be you'll see them tomorrow, then it'll be you'll see them in 3 days, and then in like 7. And uh right now you don't have any cards that you learned yesterday or 3 days
Yeah.
ago or 7 days ago or a month ago. You don't have any of those cards.
Hmm.
So you're in a intermediary period where
Hmm.
you're not being penalized for knowledge that you learned in the past.
Right.
But about 2 weeks from now, you'll be pretty close to a steady state where you have 2 weeks of cards that you've already learned. So your
Hmm.
reviews will kind of be more representative of what you could expect each day moving forward.
That's a very good point. See, I thought it's just going to be 90 new ones tomorrow plus the 90 today. But then in a couple of days, there'll be 90 from today, 90 from tomorrow, plus 90 from the next day showing up in a week from now. So,
Exactly. And you don't need to review them all every day. So it's not like, let's say you did 100 cards
mhm,
every day for the next week. It's not like you're going to have 700 reviews to
on the
do in
same
one
day.
day
Yep.
a week from now. But 2 weeks from now, you might, if that makes sense, because
Yeah, yeah,
you're adding to the pool of cards that can show up. So
that's right.
the only reason why it seems like, hey, I wouldn't have to do 700 cards, because that means it would make me review every single card that I've learned this week when some of those card intervals are going to be higher. So that's not even possible.
Yeah.
Eventually, it will be possible.
I'll take this as a fair warning in advance, and whatever tragedy I bring upon myself at Anki's due cards in a week or two, I take it to be my full responsibility because I've been warned. live on
I
camera.
think Anki tragedies are just like a rite of passage. It's like it's hard to understand how mean Anki can be until you put yourself in that situation.
Well, my
Yeah.
question is now I've just finished learning 90 new cards,
hmm
and well, it says I've learned six, so I'm a bit confused now. Um,
Uh, I mean
but-
it has different classifications for cards. Like there's cards that are new,
right.
learning, relearning, young, mature. So if it says you've only learned six, I don't know why six of the cards got put into the learn pile and aren't still in the learning pile. Because usually learned words are like, I actually might be messing this up. I don't
So
know. I wouldn't worry too much about what it says you've learned, just as long as you know how many cards are uh, active.
so tomorrow it says I've got 70 cards due, but
hmm
my option says 90 new cards today, so I should have done 90 today, but only 70 are due tomorrow. So 20
Did
were
some of the cards, did you click them as right? Like you knew them immediately, and then some of them you didn't know immediately?
yeah. Yep.
So that's what's going on. Like the ones that you knew
Mhm.
immediately without having to fail it once
Uh-huh.
got a bigger interval than the cards that you had to fail at least
Right,
once.
right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So about 20 of them out of 90 were apparently okay. I knew.
hmm
I think I actually knew more, but I didn't know the spelling, or I put the wrong diacritic, or instead of a Y with a line, I put just a normal Y. And I'm being
I
hard. Yep.
I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna say I would turn off automatic grading if you can. Like I would, if it's like a silly mistake and you don't want that card to be failed, you should have the option, I think, to say like, "Hey, yeah, I typed it wrong, but it was
hmm
just my finger messing up or me hitting enter too fast. I do know this card and I don't want to be penalized for it." So,
I think
uh,
I do get the option to like choose between easy, good, hard, and again. But
mhm.
I'm just sticking with one and three. I think it's again and good
Yep,
or something. I'm trying to stick with
yeah,
those. I even tried to download an add-on where I disable number two and four shortcuts, but so I don't accidentally hit him, but it didn't work.
yeah,
I was
yeah. I haven't
unsuccessful.
tried putting that add-on in. I just like hit 1 and 3, and if I hit 2 or 4 on accident, then I reset the card ease with a different add-on that I have.
Then I gotta get that one from you because I hit uh, two or four in some of them, but I tried to
Mhm.
go back and try to undo it. I didn't figure it out, but I just left it. So when I go through everything I have to do for the day, does that mean that Anki is telling me that I've graduated from Anki University for today and I can take the day off, or is there a way I can keep going without paying the price tomorrow?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't typically do this myself, so
hmm
I'm not exactly sure how they do it. I know you can create I know you can still review cards additionally without like changing the intervals. I'm not exactly sure how they do it. Like one like kind of sketchy way you could do it is by um going to the browser, so like clicking B and going to your deck and clicking on one of the cards and
hmm
then pulling up the card preview,
Okay.
and you can kind of just hit those arrows on the side and just go through them in order if you want, just to get extra reviews without affecting the intervals at all. You know, just go through your deck if you want to just like look at them some more. Uh I don't know how to do more targeted reviews that don't affect intervals. I'm sure there's a way to do that or an add-on, but you might have to consult YouTube for that. But if you want just like a really manual way, you can do it that way, just with the preview and the arrows.
hmm
Um, Yeah.
Um,
Sorry, I don't need the study for like exams. So like I feel like if you're studying for an exam,
mhm.
over studying is kind of more practical. Whereas since I don't have any detriments to failing any of these cards, I just kind of stick to the reviews that Anki assigns me for the day. And I adjust the interval modifier in order to target around 85 to 90% comprehension for my cards. So
There's an
if
interval
I'm,
marker?
yeah, so if you go to the interval modifier is what it's
Yeah,
called.
yeah.
So if you go
I'm
to
there.
like your option settings,
Mhm.
and you see the interval modifier, are you able to see that?
Yeah, I got 1.91 on there.
Okay.
That
So what I
high?
do, which might maybe is different than what Refold recommends,
Mhm.
is I just set my starting ease to the max value, which is I think this is the max value, or to a nominal value, which is 2.5.
Mhm.
And then I just have easy bonuses 1. So even if I hit the easy button, it doesn't actually do
Oh yeah,
anything. And
that's a good idea.
I also have the hard interval set to 1 so that
Yep.
there's no penalty for hitting those
Mhm.
buttons.
I'm gonna do that too. By the way, your video stopped working.
Oh yeah, this happens because my DSLR camera can only record for 30 minutes at a time. Otherwise, it would be taxed
Ah,
differently. So
I
there's no
see.
setting for that.
All right, then I'll just let you know.
Um. So then, other than that, I set my new interval. You might want to be extreme with this if you're studying for exam, but for
Yep.
language learning, I just put it to zero point 0.6.
Mine is on 0.5 right now. So
I think that's
extreme
what
is
they
like
recommend. Yeah,
1 or 2. Is that the extreme?
extreme would be like 0.01 or something. This is like
Oh, the
a
smaller. Okay.
yeah. So zero point 0.5 means that if you set a card as if you fail a card, its
Mhm.
new interval is half of what it was before, and then it can grow from there. So I'm setting mine to be 60% the interval it was
Okay.
before.
Oh, I
You
see.
can
I
do
see. I see.
50,
Okay. Got it.
but the interval modifier is basically a gain, like a multiplier
Mhm.
on uh how big the interval will grow every time you pass the card. So um the higher this number is,
Later you'll
the
see it.
bigger the interval will grow. So like if your interval multiplier was 1 and mine was 2,
Mhm.
that means my interval would grow twice as quickly for that individual rep.
Mhm.
So if I rep the card and I pass it and it's going to grow for 1 month,
Yep.
now I have like a month interval.
Yep.
It grew by a month. Yours
Mhm.
would grow by 2 months if you had twice the interval modifier.
So what do you have for
Um,
interval modifier?
for my Japanese cards, I have zero point 0.9 right now.
Mhm.
The reason for that is how it makes the interval is it's going to multiply the current interval by by the ease factor
Mhm.
and by the interval modifier. So like 2.5 times zero point 0.9
Mhm.
for me because so it's still, even though my interval modifier is below 1 and it's kind of like penalizing, I guess, it's still
Yep.
like growing
I see. Yep.
the whole gain factor. I kind of wish they were the same number. It would make more sense if they were just the same number for the way I'm using it.
Mhm.
So the number really is 2.5 by zero point 0.9 is like my growth gain factor. And all I do is I keep the starting ease the same for all my cards.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
if they ever get messed up, I use an add-on that resets my entire collection to 2.5 ease.
Mhm.
And I just adjust this modifier for different types of knowledge. So for my Japanese, it's zero point 0.9. And if my retention goes above 90%,
Mhm.
then I increase this number in order to increase the rate at which cards are growing because I'm remembering them too easily. So I can
Yep.
see them less frequently, which allows me to do more reps and learn more
Yep.
words.
That makes sense. And how do you know by the end of the day how many percent you got right or wrong? I,
So if you go to stats in
that's
Anki,
where it is.
there's
Okay.
in the top bar,
Mhm.
There's add-ons that can give you more stats as
Okay.
well.
I see.
I actually have my full add-on list in my Discord. So if you look at that in the Japanese learning resources, I think
Mhm.
I took a screenshot of my add-ons and put them in there.
I will
You
check
can
it
take
out
a
this
look and see
session.
if
Yep.
you like any of those.
I'm looking at it right now. I'll look at them and add a couple, I think. So right now I've done 312 cards in an hour and 4
Hmm.
minutes. So that's 12 seconds per card. And 76 reviewed, 3 average per day. Okay. I'll add the add-ons and see what I get. Thanks for the tip. I didn't know stats can get add-ons too.
Yeah, no worries. Also, if you're repping cards really fast because you're doing like vocab cards.
Yep.
If your grammar is really good and you find a good sentence deck, I feel like that could also help you out to see the words in like context of a sentence. At least that's
Mhm.
what I do. I started doing vocab cards to begin with,
Mhm.
and then I switched to sentence cards. So I just read a sentence with a word I'm trying to learn, and if I understand the sentence, that means I understand the word, and then I
Mhm.
pass it.
Okay. I'll try that after doing a these couple of hundred of these vocabs.
Yeah, I think
Um
the vocabs are a good starting point to get your
Definitely, yep,
vocab
yep.
high enough.
Using it as an excuse to get used to the Slovak keyboard because at work we only got Slovak keyboards, and Windows security is really high, so I can't add English to it. So
Hmm.
I don't even know where the question mark is in the Slovak keyboard or the little um. It's not a hyphen. Like if you want to write don't, it's DON line.
Yeah, yeah.
I forgot the word T. I don't know where that is in this
Is it like a
word.
apostrophe or
Apostrophe,
something?
yep, apostrophe. T. So I don't know where it is in the Slovak keyboard, so I always write like I'm back in 2012, um, texting style, simplified, missing some of the letters and not having proper grammar because I don't know where the keyboard bindings are.
No,
So
I
that's a
totally
good excuse.
understand what you're saying. Yeah.
It's a funny keyboard.
Yeah.
I
I
see a
use the
couple of.
international keyboard now, which has the
Mhm.
Spanish extra characters on it, but I used to
Okay.
actually switch to like a Spanish keyboard and then
Mhm.
everything would be messed up and I wouldn't know where anything was,
Yep,
kind of
yep.
similar to what you're describing.
I got a couple of messages in the chat. Someone says Rudolf Adamkovic is from Slovakia. He says, talk to a person who speaks Slovak and English fluently using the following rule. If you reply with a single Slovak word, they will describe it briefly without interrupting the flow. I learned English that way and it worked wonders. So I'll have to ask you more about your method, Rudolf. Like, yeah, I'll ask you more about your method because it sounds interesting. And since I am in Slovakia, I can definitely take advantage of it, but I got to understand it a bit better. And Healthy Study is asking what I'm eating. I just had pasta salad, cold pasta salad, but it was very tiny. But food is food. And last but not least, Rudolph called us Geeks, which is very accurate. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to get even worse into it. I'm going to add a bunch of add ons to fully get into the game of Anki. And yep, that's
Yeah, you got to add Anki to your Steam games.
sure. I'm going to do that for the jokes of it. See how many hours I put in. All right. I'll
Yeah.
see you soon, man. Let's go ahead and
See ya.
start
Good
session
luck.
7. 50 minutes Man, that was a short session. Um,
Maybe
so,
short on your end. I it felt long for me.
hello, 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 and welcome to the end of session number 7. It is right now. How are you guys doing? Um, Gustavo Moreno says, "What website is this? Is for all languages. This is Anki. It's a flashcard applications. You can either make your own flashcards, download a deck like I did, and do flashcards." And Rudolph, thank you very much for studying with us. I'm sorry that you're sick. I hope you get well soon, and I'll be right here. So we'll walk in when you're ready to join us back to studying anytime you're ready. So Vulcan I was just telling Vulcan that this session felt really quick. I felt like I didn't do enough. I wish I could have checked my statistics somehow, but it felt like I did 20 cards. What about for you, man? How did it feel?
But felt kind of long for me. I think just because I was doing grammar study for a lot of it, so that kind of is a little bit more mentally taxing for me than like just yes or no. Do I understand? And then
Yeah.
reading a definition. It's a little bit more critical thinking, so it took a little more energy out of me.
hmm I can imagine grammar. When it comes to grammar, I generally don't enjoy it, even teaching it. Honestly, I tell my students, listen, if you want to get good English education and be able to communicate, read, and write well, I'm your guy. If you want me to tell you that, like in English, it's supposed to be noun plus verb plus this plus that in order to be, no, I will if you want me to, but please don't want me to. It's
Yes,
like,
some grammar rules are just really complicated
yeah,
and you don't actually need to know them as long as you internalize them. For example, in English, there's a specific order that adjectives need to
yeah,
go in.
yeah, yeah,
So, like, you'd say the big red dog, not the red big dog.
yeah, yeah.
And that grammar rule is actually pretty complicated. But it just sounds wrong when you mess it up if you
It does,
have
yeah,
like enough English under your belt.
it does, yeah.
Um,
And we can't explain why.
yeah,
Like,
so most native speakers can explain to you that
yeah,
grammar rule, yet they use it
mhm,
correctly
every time,
100% of
yeah.
the time, pretty much. Yeah.
Like a red big dog just sounds so off. And
Yeah.
before, I think the example I heard was like the big great green dragon or something. It was a really long one on Reddit, like 7, 8 adjectives long, and they just missed the cameras off, by the way. They just mixed up
Oh, sorry.
one or two placements, and my brain was like, I do not like this. I can't tell you why. I want it to be over with. That was the
I
first
think
time
that's
I
how grammar should feel eventually, though, because you can't be doing like mental formulas in your head when you're speaking.
exactly, which is one of those things with the language I'm currently learning that makes me a bit. It kind of demotivates me a little bit because the grammar is such a big part, and I've tried to learn from so many different people and sources. My university even offered free courses. Actually, they were compulsory. I had to go to them for 4 semesters, and then I went to free group lessons for Slovak. I've watched YouTube videos. Everyone is so adamant on starting with, let me tell you about the genders we have and how to divide them and how to identify it, and then 7 cases, one of which we don't use anymore because it's so outdated. Memorize these 25 tables, and then you're good to go. I'm like, but that's why I came here because the last guy told me the same thing, and I didn't want to learn grammar. But everyone's so adamant of shoving it down your throat when you try Slovak.
Interesting. Yeah, I think the school system in particular is pretty grammar heavy just because it's something that's a little easier to test and
Yeah,
teach
yeah.
than more meta
Comprehension
skills.
skills.
Yeah. I'm gonna go put these away really fast because I caught Clover like licking
Yeah, go
the
for it. Go
food
for
off
it.
of it, and I don't want her to to eat this.
Of course, of course. I'm also heating up some food because it's gonna be my second proper meal in since I've woken up, and it's 8 p.m. So for the rest of you here on the stream today, both on mine and Vulcan's, now that he's gone, how are you guys doing? How was your seventh session for today? All in all, how are we feeling? The guys, the extended break I like. The guys, the I also like extended breaks. We're in the same boat, my friend.
Yeah, does anyone from my stream have any questions for Datus?
Yep, feel free to ask. I can listen and speak with you even when I leave the PC. And we spoke about playing a couple of games during the breaks. GeoGuessr is not on the list. I've promised you that much. We're gonna keep that one off the list. What is it that you do play? Um, I don't think we mentioned chess, but I think it was um, what was it? Scribble.io?
Scribblio or something?
Scribblio? Yeah, I never get the spelling right ever. I always have to Google it because I can never put in the right website. It was that
Yeah.
as one of the options, and I think you also said there's a game you play with your. Oh, hi, Clover. There's a game you play with your viewers. Maybe not this break, but then the next one, I can prepare a link and send it in the chat as soon as the break starts, so we can get everybody else in here a bit more hyped up as well. Because if you're closer to my time zone on a Sunday night, it's gonna get pretty dark outside, pretty boring and tiring. If you're staying in all day, you can use a bit of a booster.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played any games with the people on my stream, mainly because I'm in like recovery mode myself.
Yeah, yeah.
Certainly not chess. I That would not be a break for me. Um but Scribblio is pretty mindless. I could be down to play a game of that. That sounds fun.
All right, we can do that then. I'll send
We
the
can
link
do
at the
it.
beginning of next session.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds fun.
I'm
Clover.
I'm standing a bit because I'm getting really bad scapular pain because I've given my own study desk, no, it's the chair, to be repaired with its warranty, and they're taking their sweet time. So I've got my kitchen dining table chair here with no armrest, and it is absolutely horrible on the arms, having them hang off of you for so long while you type away.
Yeah, I was wondering what was up with that because when I went to get a screenshot of you for my thumbnail,
Yep.
I actually got it from the break where someone was asking what was different about your stream, and you said it was your chair.
Oh, yeah, I was being rhetorical on that one because I shaved my beard the day before on the last stream. Um,
Oh, really?
yeah, I had a really
Okay.
big beard like the stream before I disappeared for 2 days. Um, when my exams finished, and then I came back with a completely shaved beard. But the chair did also change at the same time because I thought now that the exams are over, I'm not going to be sitting here much. I was wrong. Um, and it was just that the backrest was a little bit fidgety, and I didn't like it. I would have liked it to be sturdy before it got more broken or loose. And I
Mm-hmm.
handed it over to service, but I haven't heard back from them in like 4 days now. Hopefully, from Monday on, they'll give me a call. Because with this chair over here, it's not bad, but with my wrists here and my arms just hanging off, my traps and my scapular muscles
Mm-hmm.
are feeling the weight of my arm after 7 hours of just hanging. Because usually there's something to elevate them here, right? So that bit of a hang just takes its toll. If you're at home studying long days, ladies and gents, and you have pain in the middle of your back, right where your chest is, behind it, we call that scapular pain. It's probably because you're not either sitting up straight or because you don't have enough or adequate armrest uh, support. That's why you need your armrests. They're not for fun. Because if I had my armrest, my elbows would be at the same level as my table, but now they're about 5, 7 centimeters lower instead of being here. And hanging for 7 hours hurts. So get yourself a good study chair, an ergonomic one if you can.
Yeah, when I first started study streaming, I started to get some back pain because I think I was like kind of getting used to being at home and
Mm-hmm.
doing that intensive studying from home. Like usually I work in my office in my research lab and there's ergonomic chairs provided there.
Yep.
Um and I got this chair that I have and it went away within like 4 days.
It was the same with me. I had one of those IKEA desks, which sorry, chairs, which were sort of between a office or like a chair you use in your bedroom to like sit behind a computer for a little bit, or a makeup chair even somewhere in the middle. It was advertised as both. It's what the landlord had here when I first moved in, but the back pain was ridiculous because the backrest was like till here, right? And
Mhm.
the for the rest of my upper body, I was either leaned way too forward or completely leaning back off of the chair, and the back pain for the first year was ridiculous. The chair helped, but now that it's gone, it only took 1 day of studying for the pain to kick back in, which is uh, a sign that the chair was doing its job.
Yeah, they can be expensive, but they're good
Hmm.
investments. I still need to work on my posture. I feel like I'm leaning on the chair too much to
Hmm.
prevent my back pain because I still have like pretty shitty posture, especially when I look back at some of my old streams. Even this stream, if you look at it, uh, yeah,
I've
something I need to work on. One of my lab mates had like these like things she would put on her back that would kind of
mhm.
like vibrate if her posture was bad, and she
I've
wore
seen
those
those on
for
the
like
internet. Yeah.
she used that for a while and now she doesn't use it anymore, and
Mhm.
every time you see her you're like, wow, this person has amazing posture. Like it made a huge
I thought
difference.
those things are one of those TV ads. Uh, what do you call them? Like those stuff you get ads on TV.
Infomercial, I'm not sure what it's called.
Yeah, like TV commercial stuff, which like you order, it's nothing like it was promised. Uh, the as seen on TV.
It's possible that it placeboed her into doing it. Who knows? I just know that her posture is amazing and that's what she attributes it to.
That's what you
I
need,
haven't
ladies
tried
and
them
gents.
myself.
You need something in your back shocking you every time you sit like a curved banana. I've got a bot
Maybe
reminder that reminds myself and everybody else to sit up straight and fix their posture. Every time I see it, you can tell because I just spring up immediately um, after reading it. Like I look to my right, I see the chat, and then just go ding immediately because I let myself go quite a bit during the study
I should just
sessions.
put a sticky note on Clover, and every time she walks across my desk, it'll remind me.
That's a good idea. It's better than I bite toes, I must say. I was seeing the conversation one of my viewers was having with you, Spacey, 1 or 2 days ago about the I bite
Hmm.
toes line, and
Yeah.
because the Clover cam was off.
I
I was
considered putting it on you during a session because it was on Clover, and then Clover left, and we don't know each other super well. So I was like, I don't know if this is gonna be a good idea, but I considered dragging it onto your camera.
that would have been hilarious. I would have probably missed it for the first couple of hours, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
If I missed it in the
I don't
first
know if
hour,
that's
Go
I
ahead,
don't know
bro.
if that would be considered bullying or not. I
It's
didn't want to be
cyberbullying.
mean.
Only a little bit, but I. What did I just do to my OBS? Okay, I just made a tiny but big mistake. I scared myself. I thought I deleted half my scenes by accident. Um, it's partially considered cyberbullying, but if I laugh about it, then we're good. Which I definitely would, because that's. I should put that on Duchess, my cat. She doesn't join me much because she doesn't have space here, but she always
Mhm.
sleeps right behind the camera. Um, Now she's sleeping on the sofa over there, and she does the same when I don't pay attention to her because she doesn't understand that they're people I'm talking to. She thinks when I'm home alone, I'm talking to her, but in a normal tone, which is odd for her. So she comes by, she's like, "You talking to me?" And then I don't pay attention, I don't pet her. She's like, "I guess not," bites me and leaves. I'm like, Lesson learned, I'll be more quiet next time." She's like a
Yeah,
little, Mhm,
Clover has my roommate here right now, so she's bothering my roommate. But when it's just me at home,
mhm.
Clover's like pomodoro synced. Like during the sessions, she'll kind of just like do her own thing.
Mhm,
And then once I start talking, she jumps up on the table and knows that I'm like able to give her attention and stuff
mhm,
because I can do that while I'm talking to people. So if I'm the only one home, Clover kind of syncs with the stream in terms of our interactions.
mhm, mhm. I gotta try to teach Duchess to be happy with here because she has space here. I've cleared this for her, but it's not good enough. She needs to be petted. Like if she sits here for 30 seconds and I don't look her way or I don't have my hands on her, she's extremely offended, makes sure that I'm aware of it, gives me the look, and then leaves far, far away from me. She needs the hands on attention all the time.
Have you tried a heated blanket? That's something that Clover likes.
Ooh,
Um,
I haven't thought
if
about
you put
those.
it, yeah, if you put like a little heated blanket or a heating pad and put a blanket around it on that surface,
Hmm.
it might work. I don't know. Clover likes it. It attracts her to study with me sometimes. So
I'll actually give that a try. I don't know where to get them from, but I'll try to find it and give it a try. Because if not, she's not going to use it. I'll definitely use it. It gets cold
yeah,
down here in Europe.
yeah. I'm in Michigan. It's pretty cold here
Oh,
right
yeah,
now.
my dad studied in Michigan, Michigan State, and one more. Wait, give me the session. I'll figure out the names because he just left to go for a walk.
Sounds good.
All right, let's go ahead and start session number 8. I'm not sure if this is my last session with you or not. Um,
Yeah.
'Cause,
Either way, what as many sessions as you want to do. I know it's getting late over there, so whenever you need to finish, just let me know.
actually, the only reason I might have to finish is that I'll be going to the hospital again. Uh, I was told to text the doc right about when I'm about to finish the stream, and then he'll tell me if, depending on how many patients we have, if I should go or not. So I'll find
Okay.
out
How about we
the
do
answers.
one more session and then we can do like the game
Yeah.
at the end of the stream and then sign off?
Yep. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Okay, cool.
Let's go ahead
See
and
you at the next break.
indeed. Session number 8 in 5, 6, 7, 8. Have a good session, everyone, both on here and Vulcan's stream. I'm not sure if this is the last session for me, so let's make the most out of it. Good luck, and see you at the end of this one. Let's go ahead and switch to the break scene. Hello, 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 and welcome back to the end of session number 8 of today's live stream, which is great timing because we usually take a 30-minute break after every 4 sessions that we do here, and this just happens to fall on one. Vulcan, your video is turned off.
It always turns off like right when we finish the session
Yeah,
because
every time.
I flip it on and off at just under 30 minutes so that I
Hmm.
know that it doesn't turn off when I'm not looking at it,
Hmm.
like while I'm sitting.
That's smart.
Usually I use this as my break camera, so
Uh-huh.
I don't need to like mess with it more than once per session. Um, I used to have a software that would automatically turn it on and off every 30 minutes for me.
Hmm.
Uh, but that software has been buggy lately, so I need to find an alternative.
Um, I haven't managed to actually get my camera to connect to my PC. I do have a DSLR, but it's Olympus, and I never got it to finally connect, which was a shame because I wouldn't have I would have basically saved myself a lot of trouble in the last 2 years if I were able to connect it. I don't remember where the limitation is, if it's with my camera model or something about it like isn't compatible at the very last step when I tried. So I went through the whole procedure, found all the links in all the forums, and the last little hyphen at the bottom said, "By the way, you can't use this." Um, and I
Were
ended
you
up,
using like a cam link or what were you using to do it?
um, no, it's supposed to have its own application apparently, but
Hmm.
I don't remember if it's because it didn't work with my type of camera. Like I've got the Olympus EM10 Mark II, and like it works with Mark II Plus or something, and
Hmm.
further. So just barely didn't make the cut, I guess. Um, which made me have to use my phone, my main phone, as my camera for a couple of months, almost a year.
That's basically forced at that point.
Yeah, yeah,
You can't use your phone, right?
exactly,
Since it's your camera.
exactly. And it was overheating, so I kept having to plug it in the battery and take it out because when I first started streaming, I started streaming at like 5 a.m. until 8 p.m. every day, like straight off the bat. Started with at
Oh
that
my
pace,
god.
and my phone was hating it. And it fell twice in a span of a week because it was charged on a shitty tripod. Uh, the tripod is sturdy, but the holder for the iPhone was shitty, and it dropped twice. The first time, it gave it this really bright green streak. I'll show you actually. I fixed it by now, but this was the phone, the OG camera, and it had this green streak right here in the middle, and it was so bright that if I'd use my phone for like 30 minutes, one of my eyes would start watering, the side towards the green strobe. It was horrible.
Oh my gosh.
And then this it fell a second time, which it like barely even hit the corner of the table. And after that, every time it would overheat, my screen started detaching from the phone. So the battery would basically expand and then cool down and go back in place and then expand again next time I used it. So I had like an inflated phone, and the screen would eventually, by the day I got to the service, the screen would literally fold outwards and inwards, and I could still use the touch screen. Like it was separated from the phone. It was mad. I was taking selfies. This is what I did. The screen could basically turn that way. So I was taking selfies with the selfie camera from the front, like mirror selfies, but with the screen pointing outwards, which was fun times. But I'm glad it didn't explode in my face in my sleep. Um, so I
That's
could have,
hilarious.
and then it cost me an arm and a leg to fix the screen and the battery. because the screen itself was pricey, the battery separate was pricey, and I might as well just bought a new phone for myself at that point. So not having the DSLR Connect cost me quite a bit of troubles, honestly. I wish I could get it to work.
Yeah, I had my own fair share of like sketchy stuff that was going on in the early streams. Like
Mhm.
I was running everything on my laptop, which is like not really equipped for that, so it would get really
Me
hot.
too.
And I had to put my laptop on like a laptop stand that was like metal so that it was basically like a heat sink for the
Yep.
laptop. And since my laptop was propped up, I was typing with it
At an
propped up,
angle,
which
yeah.
was just terrible
Wrist,
for
yeah.
your hands. Yeah. Um and then I was doing the whole stream on my GoPro,
Mhm.
but GoPros my GoPro can do 5K,
Mhm.
but they only let you do 1080p because GoPros have overheating issues.
Mhm.
So even at 1080p, GoPro wasn't expecting me to be running this thing for like 12 hours, so it would get
Yep.
really hot. So I finally figured out the trick to take the battery out of it, uh,
Okay.
so that it has kind of like it's plugged in but with no battery in it,
Yep, got it. Running straight
and
off
that gives
the
it
output.
yeah, because then the inside is free to increase the cooling, and then
Yep,
it
yep.
stopped freezing as much after that. Oh, so internet. I don't know about you, but internet was a saga for me, at least where I am located.
Mhm.
In the United States, the internet isn't amazing, and to get really good internet, you have to pay quite a bit of money.
Mhm.
And there's hidden limits that they don't tell you about and won't tell you about unless you get lucky. So like you
Mhm.
can get it on unlimited upload plan so that your upload speed doesn't get throttled if you reach like a terabyte for the month like you could at 1080 for like 12-hour streams a lot of the month.
Mhm.
It like eventually gets really close to the unlimited amount that you're allowed to upload
Mhm.
before it throttles your upload, but technically still lets you upload, so they still call it unlimited.
Mhm.
um and it took a while for me to realize it wasn't unlimited and that there's a more unlimited plan
Package, yeah.
that you can yeah.
A larger infinite out there that you could have ordered.
Yeah, so at the end of every month for probably the first 6 months I was streaming, my
Mhm.
stream would just start crashing. Like
Yep,
it would the
I
upload
get
stream
that,
would
yep.
just drop.
I had similar issues. I mean, I also started streaming from my laptop, but while I was midstream, I also had to join live lectures on MS
Mhm.
Teams, and if not that, I would be teaching my students over on Skype. So I had like three video, audio applications running at the same time, which was so heavy on the computer. Um, and also, I had like 13 tabs of games, not games, sorry, books and PDFs open. So all it took was for me to accidentally click on my YouTube video, and from pause, I would play it, and the whole thing would crash. Or I would open an extra tab of browser, and
Dude,
instead of Google, I would go to like I don't know, like a web page that had ads running on it, and the whole stream would start seeing the end of the light. It took me so long to understand the calculations behind bit rates, the output and input limitations I got to put on my stream, like the output settings. Oh, also, it took me like maybe 2 months to figure out I'm able to uh, like what encoding is, and that I'm able to
mhm,
choose if I want to do it via GPU or CPU. And then I
mhm,
did further research on the applications I use, which one is more CPU or GPU heavy, so I could
mhm.
put the other put the streaming on the other one. So I did so much research just to keep like a 720p or 740 is it? Yeah,
720,
720p
I think.
stream running smoothly more or less fun times. Like, I still keep those streams up for the nostalgia. So if you go to my lives and scroll all the way down,
Mhm.
the very first video I have, it's not even like 10. It's not even 16:9 ratio. It's smaller. It's it took a while to get here, man. It took a while. I used to call it
Yeah.
cheap stream 2.0. Try to make it work.
I I was lucky in the sense that my laptop, even though it was sketchy and struggling, like
Mhm.
could do it. My professor gifted me this laptop and it was just barely good enough. So if you go to my early streams, I feel like the quality difference from today might not be as jarring as it would have been if I didn't get like lucky with the laptop that I
Mhm.
had. Um, but the amount of technical difficulties over time has definitely, this stream excluded, because this is a
I
new
was about to
territory
say,
again.
yeah.
We're on the frontier again. This is new stuff. But this stream excluded, the technical difficulties are way more rare than the old streams, which is thankful. Like with the internet stuff, I was like
Mhm.
kind of close to quitting study streaming because the internet provider wouldn't tell me why my upload speed would get limited. My plan said there was no reason why it should. I called the internet provider. The internet provider offered free services for people
Mhm.
to come over and inspect my stuff for hardware issues,
Mhm.
even though they must have known that it wasn't hardware, that
Yeah.
the plan was like limiting
Limited.
me. So
Yeah.
they're just wasting my time. Uh, but ever since I paid the extra money, it's been fine.
It's always about that little bit of extra nugget you add on top of the already pretty big hefty amount you've come to terms with paying in the first contract. They convince you to
Yeah.
pay a big hefty fine, not fine, the price package. You're like, I'm getting the best of the best. It's a bit out of budget, but it's fine. And then they're like, wait a second, have you heard about our plus plus super plus plan? It's only 25
Dude,
bucks more.
I was basically just telling them like I like wanted them to sell me on the better plan. They just weren't being transparent on which plan could actually do what I wanted. And
Yeah.
they were almost doing the opposite of their job. They kept selling me on a plan that couldn't do what I wanted when the
Mhm.
one that I wanted was more expensive
Yep.
and would let them make more money. And I like explained the whole situation to them. I'm like, I'm making YouTube videos, I'm uploading tons of gigabytes, if not a terabyte every month.
Mhm.
Uh, and I was starting to wonder like how professional Twitch and YouTube streamers like
In the States
not
do it, yeah. I mean, for me
yeah.
personally, I don't have a limit. There's never a limit. There's only a speed limit. There's no data limit. So I basically pay for the speed I want, and I should be able to get it as long as I have the hardware to match it. Sometimes, like my router is not good enough, so obviously I can't use 5G even though I'm paying for it. Or I'm using Wi-Fi instead of Ethernet, which is like I'm robbing myself out of the extra megabits per second. Um,
hmm
for
I used
example,
to use Wi-Fi instead of Ethernet too. That
yeah,
was the
I,
dark ages.
I switched very recently actually when I switched to the PC. I think I
Oh
got the
really?
PC less than a year ago, and I got the Ethernet cable maybe a month and a half ago because I'm really far from the router, but
Mm-hmm.
I would still get decent internet speeds. But as soon as I turned on like my VPN, for example, everything would crash. Even the stream would crash at high speeds of internet. But as soon as I connected Ethernet, I've got a VPN running. Um, like a bunch of tabs, streams, and everything's fine. I can game and stream, which is also nice if I stream gaming on Twitch. But
Mm-hmm.
it was definitely an adventure getting here. And uh, one thing I was gonna add is you mentioned internet problems. I was like, I don't really have those. Then I realized that
I'm
yes, I
so
do.
jealous.
I'm sitting in my kitchen right now. Look at this. This is so yes, I do have internet problems, and I just fixed them by relocating outside of my actual room because the router is closer here than it is to my room. So I've infested the entire living room and kitchen area with my presence and my streams.
I'm surprised router location's an issue because like Ethernet doesn't really drop off over
No,
cable lengths.
I had Wi-Fi until a few months ago, and my basically
Oh,
the
okay.
router
I
is like
see.
right over there. It was about 5.5, 7 meters from me right now in a straight line. And my room is behind a bunch of walls and furniture, and Ethernet all the way there would just mean tripping over wires, and having a cat means she would bite into it. Um,
Mhm.
so I tried Wi-Fi streaming from my room, and the walls here. This is like a older apartment complex, built
Mhm.
in the good old Czech-Slovak brutalism architecture era. So each wall is yay big, which is great for insulation. Like, I can show you the wall you're right next to. That is a thick wall. That is no one brick. That is a big hefty wall right there. And all the house's walls are really thick, which means Wi-Fi doesn't travel good at all. One of these walls and you drop down by like 50% of the speed. So I moved here first because it was closer, and then I was like, why am I not using the Ethernet? That makes no sense. I'm losing so much speed not using the Ethernet. And then now it's smooth sailing, and it's beautiful. But it took
I
2
switched to the
years.
Ethernet hoping it would solve my issue, which was the upload
Mhm.
issue that I was unaware of, and that it didn't fix it. So I had to. I'm so jealous that they don't limit your upload because like the limit for me was just the upload. Like I'm paying for way faster speeds than I
Mhm.
use or like reasonably would need. So
Yep, yep. Um, the only benefit this has had for me is, like, getting a faster speed than I need for streaming is I might occasionally wanna play a game with my friends, and I've got, like, a 25 gigabyte update, and they always even my friends in Germany, who you would think would have better Wi-Fi, have terrible, terrible Wi-Fi. Because of the sheer amount of people in the country, it's difficult to give everybody the speeds I have. So those guys are maybe running 20% of what I have here, because I have less people to share the bandwidth with. So it's great. There's very little interference and splitting when it comes
mhm.
to the bandwidth, the local bandwidth at least. So I'm basically getting all the speed, the entire speed that I'm paying for, and my friends are paying for higher prices just to get like half of it, which is 20% of what I get here at home. So I'm really, really happy with the how it ended up, except the fact that I have to be in my kitchen, which means anybody who walks out of the room, uh, I'm I'm right in the middle of things. You know, someone's trying to cook, someone's trying to watch TV. I'm just zoning it out, study streaming, focusing.
Oh, so you live with other people?
With family. First,
Oh, okay.
my mom, because my dad had to travel for work, and then he joined us as well. So now I've got an entire family, and she she would usually, have a conversation over the phone or go out with her friends. But now my dad is here; they're having conversation together all the time. So, like right now that I'm speaking, they're talking over there, and it's really hard to not hear them. But at least I've got good Wi-Fi, and it's worth the troubles.
That's hilarious. I have a roommate, but she's
Mm.
like very chill, so it works out. I'm also in my room, so there's a little bit more privacy there.
I mean, at least I've got fast forward access to food. That's always good. I can just hop into the refrigerator right there.
I'm so jealous.
If you ever
Does
see
your
it, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna ask if your parents make food for you. Like I would, if I lived with my parents and they were making me food, I would be so happy.
Um, it depends. When I don't have exams, I'm given the task of cooking at least one meal a day. So dinner at least is on me when I'm back home from
Hmm.
school. But when I have exams, I if no one makes anything, I won't eat. Even if they make something, I'll probably just leave it until the end of the stream, and then I'll eat something, because I'm just so stressed about the exams. Because I could be studying for an exam for 50 days and still not pass or not get a good grade. It's just ridiculous, the amount of material you have to cover and how they decide to examine you on it. Um, so when I have exam periods around the corner, maybe eat once or twice a day, maybe, maybe even none, or just snack and coffee and energy drinks all day through, all the way through. Because I just lose the appetite and I lose the. Also, I don't like eating on stream, which is a very commonly discussed topic here in my chat. I
That they've just never seen you eat.
uh, every time if they happen to see me eat, it's like Christmas. Like they just caught Santa Claus red-handed, with his hands in the cookie jar at night. Because um, I think like I remember watching other study streamers before I started streaming for like a couple of weeks, like 2, 3 weeks, and I could always see that when they're eating something, the number one thing in the chat, everyone says, "Oh, now I'm hungry." And I was like, cool. I'm hungry too. I'll just go get something to eat. Then I realized for some people, it's like 3 in the morning and they can't, or they live with parents, they can't make noise in the kitchen, or they really don't have
Yeah,
food,
yeah.
right? And I was like, well, that's not very considerate. I get the need for it, but like at least point out, hey, I'm going to be eating this session. Because sometimes they'll start a session and they'll like put a huge pizza in front of them and just devour it. I'm like, it's like 10 p.m. where I am. Restaurants close at 9. Even I in Europe have no options of eating anymore. This is not cool. Um, so
I I see
I've
what you're
noticed.
saying, but uh I see what you're saying, but like the benefit of study streaming, I think for most people will outweigh them like getting a little hungry, hopefully. Maybe
True.
I'm just trying to make excuses for not considering this when eating on stream. Like if people come to my stream, I eat a lot during my stream. I wouldn't say a lot, but it's like I need to eat, and during the
Yep.
breaks I like to interact with the chat.
Yep. Yep.
Um so I'll just save the food for the sessions.
I've noticed you eat as well. I don't mean to diss you at all, but um, like, if you see me disappear in the middle of a session, I usually forget to type it in the chat what I'm doing. I probably left to like get 1 or 2 bites of food because I'm starving and I can't like stand it anymore. Um, because during the breaks, like you, I also talk and I forget to actually eat. Then
Yeah.
in the first 10 minutes, I go and eat as quickly as I can, and then come back like nothing happened. Um,
I used to do that in the early streams. I would like during the breaks I would go into my pantry and literally just be like a vacuum cleaner, just cleaning out the whole pantry. Uh
pretty
but
much, pretty
I
much.
think I'm just not as considerate with you. I didn't like think too much about making people hungry, and I just lost like uh any I just withhold a lot less from the camera cuz I'm so used to it now.
Hmm.
So I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to, I'm not going to look that I'm going to look ridiculous just like chowing down while I'm going, but I don't care anymore. I've
No, I
kind of
get that. I get that.
desensitized to it.
Um, I when it comes to eating on stream, the other thing is that I know that I personally don't actually study when I eat because for me to study, I either need to hit next on flashcards, like I need my hand, or I need
Oh,
to like type something, or just the fact that I look up and down a bunch makes me reread the same phrase like in a text heavy PDF. So I'm like, I'm not reaping the benefits of this study bit anyways. So I might as well just sit over there and watch a YouTube video on my phone and then come right back and get back to it. So it's like a twofold. It's a quick break to eat and also do something which is not studying. And I've realized that it puts me in this loop sometimes where I try to read like paragraph number one. I eat. I read paragraph number one again. I eat, and then I do this, and then I'm finished eating, and my brain is like, "This is a tough paragraph. I've been here for a while." And then the rest of the session, I'm just trying to figure out why I can't understand this paragraph anymore. Because in my head, I've just made it sound more difficult than it is. I've been stuck on it for too long.
I
Um,
think my experience is similar if I use utensils, like if I'm eating something that requires both of my hands, like
yeah.
a knife
Hmm.
and a fork. But if it only requires one of my hands and it's not too messy and I don't have to look at it to get it in my mouth,
Yeah. That's a
that's like what I
very
gravitate towards during my streams. So like a lot of my streams, I'm eating cereal while reading a book, or
mhm.
I'm doing Anki flashcards with like something that I can like put the fork, put it in my
Into,
mouth
yeah,
without
yeah.
even thinking or looking, put the
Hmm.
fork down and continue.
Yeah.
And for things that I can mindlessly eat, I actually find, for me personally, at least for Anki, for other things, I don't think this is true.
Hmm.
But for Anki, like my productivity, I think increases just because Anki can get painful if you do it for a really long time. It's very taxing on your memory.
Yeah.
And if I have this like dopamine hit
Hmm.
from like this tasty food, I tend to pause less between reps to recover
Yeah. Yeah.
from fatigue. Like I don't like
I get
consciously
that.
pause most of the time,
But
but
your
like
brain
I
does
think
fatigue out a bit. At least it happened to me today. I kept answering correctly like 10 in a row, and then I got
mhm.
stuck on one, and I looked at it. I'm like, I don't even remember what the last three were. I was not entirely here. I went into machine learning mode. It's and then I noticed that I'm just getting tired at this point, and it became more of a mundane task than actually active recall. Um, so I took a little break and I watched something about Anki again. It happens here as well. Like you're progressing, you're hitting buttons and you're typing stuff on Anki. You're getting things right and wrong, but you're not actually fully mentally there. Um,
I
like,
think when I'm eating I am mentally there if I can mindlessly
mhm,
eat it. I actually think I can reach a flow state when I'm eating if it's something that I don't have to look at.
mhm.
Um but that's probably like variable person to person. If I'm using like knives and stuff and I need to like actually look at the food in efficiency, but
It's
certain things
funny.
like
Yeah.
cereal or like pasta that I can just like shovel in, I think I can reach a flow state and be pretty productive.
It's funny the things that you never think about in a normal study day until you start streaming, and the number of things that you start considering every day just gets more and more and more. And one day when you sit back and chat with somebody about it who's not streaming, they're like, these are things you have to consider. I'm watching you study and I've never thought that's something that crosses anybody's mind. I'm like, yeah, but if it didn't cross somebody's mind, the stream wouldn't look the way it does, and the productivity wouldn't be where it is. Like the fact that you can't eat with two hands but one, but that one hand has to be eating something mindless, not like, you know, soup, for example, that you don't want to spill by accident,
Yeah, yeah,
is
I
something
can't
you
do soup.
never think about unless you put yourself in this position, which is a very like the study streaming. It's a very odd.
Yeah, I think study streaming can sound kind of neurotic if you're explaining it to someone
Yeah.
as a study streamer, especially not as a viewer, but someone that doesn't know what study streaming is and you're
Mhm.
explaining it from a streaming perspective rather than
Yeah.
a viewing perspective. I think
Yeah.
it can sound kind of insane.
Yeah.
Uh, I kind of
Um,
just describe it as like a virtual library environment and then don't really
mhm.
go into the details of all the like
Very smart.
craziness that it requires on my end.
I think that's a very smart choice. I do the same. I think I call my Discord a virtual library somewhere in my description, or I used to for the longest time. I was like, this is a virtual library. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a library and it's online. You join with strangers and study with them. Welcome. Strange Kid seems to be heading out. He says, good night. I'm feeling quite burned out. See you tomorrow. Have a good session. Lots of love. Thank you very much, Strange Kid. That's really kind of you. I hope you get the rest you need after some long, long sessions today. And I won't be streaming tomorrow because I'm at uni from 8 until 8, so 12 hours uni session. But I don't know if Vulcan, will you be streaming tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming pretty at my like standard evening time these days, which is
Mhm,
just 2 sessions. I know that's super short, but it's all I can fit in. It's 2 sessions. It starts 3.5 hours from now, usually. So
mhm,
that's 7 p.m. my time. It's 3:30 my time right now. Um, the schedule will be posted soon. I actually have like time zones that automatically convert in my Discord. So if you join the Discord, you don't even have to think. You can just hover over the schedule and it'll tell you in your time zone.
mhm, mhm.
Um, or you can convert it. But yeah, 2 hour streams Monday through Thursday this week. Uh, and then I'm doing a long one on the weekend because I think after the podcast, maybe some people will be interested in coming
Mhm.
from Refold. So I'm trying to stream
Yeah,
more this weekend.
that's a good idea. I think this Saturday specifically, I won't be able to make it because so you guys, if you want to study on the weekends, definitely be heading to Vulcan right now. He's actually a subscriber away from 900, so if you haven't subscribed yet, now is your chance. Click the first link in the description and get
Yeah,
him
getting to
over the
the
bar.
next 100 is always fun.
Yeah. Like the
Yeah, it'll
last
be a party
99
this
don't count.
Saturday.
It's the one that pushes you over that counts.
Yeah.
And
The Saturday will be a party though, so if any of the folks from your stream come, I think it'll be fun because it'll be like my normal viewers, and then
yeah.
it'll be the Refold people that found it from the podcast.
Hmm.
So if y'all come too, it would almost be like 3 different groups of people there.
Sounds like fun. I'll
Uh,
try to make it. I think it should parts of it be in my time after my hospital time. If
mhm.
it's from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., right?
Yep, that's the plan. That's GMT minus in my time. Yeah.
Yep. So that is 5 p.m. my time till 5 a.m. my time. Yeah. So I basically have the whole night to join, unless I go out for Saturday night, like last night. So I'll
Hmm.
definitely try to join, but I'm definitely not streaming myself. So you guys should join Vulcan. For the rest of this week, I don't think I'll be streaming. I have a very dense block of subjects. Maybe next week. So you have a new friend and study streamer to join, and you'll know he's more consistent than I am. So
Not
like,
not during your exam seasons. If it's your exam seasons, I am definitely not. Folks from my stream, I guess you should turn on notifications since status is going to be missing in action for a little bit.
exactly, exactly. I'm glad I managed to at least get a couple of people over to yours because I always feel so guilty that I can't stream when I have like my semester.
Hmm.
Um, because we'll be streaming for like 80 days in a row, and then I disappear for another 90 or 100, with no signs of life unless they follow me on Instagram. And
Hmm.
I don't like it, but I don't really have a choice, or at least I didn't. So now I'm trying to change that on the weekends. But I'm still not gonna make it to stream as much as I would like. So if they if you guys want to stream study at least a couple of hours a day with company to kind of kickstart you back into your semester, you know what to do. First link in the description. Vulcan, turn on his bell notification because his uh, schedule is weekly, and it's on his banner on his YouTube channel, so you can find it right there as well. Just don't forget
And
to
for
convert your
Datus
times.
Datus's channel, people from my stream, there's a link in the description and in Discord. Um, but yeah, I have the same feelings as you. I feel bad when I don't stream, especially if I was really active and people were like making a habit of coming.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've been trying to get like the Discord community, trying like out like new things in Discord so that
Hmm.
that's like a fallback. And I'm still kind of figuring out how to do that well. So if you think of anything,
Sure.
message me on Discord because I'm like trying stuff all the time, like hangout, like social hangouts, and
Hmm.
like I'm
Hmm.
trying a new thing where we're gonna have like a 2 hour session each week that people vote on times for. That people try and make that 2 hour session, so at least for those 2 hours, it's more packed than usual.
Yeah,
Um,
that's
trying like
actually
little things like that.
a really nice idea to um, stream according to your viewers' schedule rather than your own, and hoping that they can join. That's a really cool idea. Very inclusive. I
This won't
like it.
really be a stream though. It'll just be like a Discord
Uh
hangout
huh.
basically.
Yep.
Like
Yep.
the Discord study rooms?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's possible I won't be able to make it if the winning time is like in the middle of the night my time. But if it's not in the middle of the night, I'll try and make a point of making it.
I'll try to join one of your hangouts because I've recently seen it, but I saw your post yesterday about the recent one you just had. I was like, oh no, I missed it. But in the next one, I'll try to shimmy my way into the schedule to
It was
get.
pretty fun. We had like 5 people there this time, which is doesn't sound like a lot, but it was more than usual and it was pretty fun.
Mhm.
It's also fun to see people's faces, because you usually only
Yeah.
have like a username and a profile picture, both of which can be subject to change
Yeah.
and confuse you.
That's true. That's true. It's the same. When I get a follow from one of my viewers, like, "Oh, hi, I'm this person," and I'm like, "Damn, you look nothing like I thought. That's really cool." I feel like I've unlocked a new friend on on the socials when I actually get to see the
Yeah.
viewers. Yep, it's a cool
Yeah, for
experience.
sure. I think it's just like a human psychology thing. Like there's only so much that I can grow close with someone if it's only a username and a profile picture, both of which can change. And
Exactly. Yep.
if you see their face, it kind of unlocks like a new tier. And then if you get to actually talk, another tier. And if you get to meet in person, another. And I think you can get pretty close over the internet, but I think there's no real substitute for actually being able to meet in person at
Yeah.
like the
Yeah.
higher levels of like getting to know someone.
Definitely. I was thinking of doing meetups when I do travel
Hmm.
around Europe. So just putting a post on my YouTube in advance that I'm going to be in the city, and we can all either hang out, go grab a drink, see the city, or if we really want to nerd it out, we just go to a local library and sit down for like an hour and study. Because I've noticed around Europe they have gorgeous libraries where a lot of the Hollywood movies are filmed in, and I live next to them and I've never checked them out. So I'm like, that's a great
Hmm.
excuse to like go to a library because I I don't travel with the idea that I have stuff to study, but when you're with like 4 other people, you at least have something to do for the hour to sit down. You don't just go in, take a picture, and leave. You actually experience
Hmm.
the library vibe while making it purposeful. So that's definitely something I would like to do when I visit Germany, Belgium, or anywhere else in Europe. Hungary has one of the coolest libraries,
That
so
sounds
that would
really
be
cool.
fun.
I'd love to meet viewers in person. I just think logistically it's difficult and commitment wise it's difficult because like I have 900 subscribers now, so
Yeah.
no longer in the 800s, but at 900 subscribers the amount of
Congratulations.
people thank you, the amount of people that are in one location that subscribe to me, not only subscribe but also would be willing and committed to meeting in person, I
Mhm.
think a lot of the time would like be zero. So it would have to be like I feel like I'd have to be really lucky to be able to set something like that up unless the subscriber count gets high enough where
Like a
at least
1,000.
a couple people. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know when that'll be, but like just to get people to hang out in like the hangout sessions
Mhm.
online, which is much lower commitment.
Yep.
It's usually 2 to 5 of us. But maybe being in person would be way more exciting and potentially drive a higher commitment.
Definitely. What I like to imagine with the number of people that show up, because sometimes you lose track of how many people used to be there. So I'm glad I did this for a short period of time, where I actually there's a widget on OBS or Streamlabs OBS where you can
Hmm.
show your viewer count on your screen like a widget. Like I have this bar above my head which has my sub goal. It's something like that. And I used to have it on, and it used to be like 5 or 4, 3, 7, sometimes 0 for 2 sessions, and then suddenly a couple of people would show up after lunch, and I didn't mind it at all. But then now today, or like in the exam period, I would have 30 people, and then it would drop down to 19 because it's past midnight and people have sleep to catch up with. They don't have my rigorous exam period. And I'm like,
Mhm.
19? What did I do wrong in the last 10 minutes for them to like flock off, right? Uh, and I would just scroll back to the old videos and see like 3 people in the chat for the whole stream, like committed and stuck around for 12 hours. I'm like, what am I complaining about? 12 people, it's a lot of 2 people. So that's one thing I do every now and then, like once a semester when the numbers get to your head, which happens inevitably when you get used to them.
Yeah.
Like 900, when I had 0, 900 was a long, long milestone away. But when I look back at it, I'm like, 800 isn't that much, right? We can do like 2000. And the second thing I look back at is to visualize how many people, like, I don't, right now we have a combination of 12 people, right? Imagine 12 people in a classroom right now. That is, at least in my case for med school, that is a class full of people because in my study group, I have 11 people, including myself. So there are more people here studying with us, spread around the world, than there are going to be classmates sitting next to me studying with me tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So it's not 500 like some streamers or like 3,000 like the Twitch streamers who game, but is an entire classroom of people who are devoting their attention to study, and they can there are billions of YouTube videos, and they chose this one to be on. Like billions of minutes of YouTube videos that they could be watching, and they chose this specific one. And when I put it into perspective, I'm like, I don't. 3 sounds like a great number because these 3 people could be literally anywhere over the internet, and they chose to be here.
Yeah, I think for me, at the I mainly care about the people that have been coming for a really long time.
Hmm.
So like once someone comes, if if they don't come back, it doesn't really matter that much. But if they
Yeah.
come, for months, then we're, kind of friends at that point.
Yeah.
And I look forward to like seeing their username in the stream and stuff. So I'd say if if I'm bummed about numbers, it's more so of like some of the regulars,
Yeah.
like how
Yeah.
many of them are coming or not. I think in the past, like right when I was starting YouTube, I cared a little bit more about like how many people were there live, but
Hmm.
not really anymore. As long as there's enough people that the chat isn't crickets,
Hmm.
and that like at least one or two of the like regular folks are there,
Hmm.
then I'm usually pretty good with it. I mean, my stream, I don't know, I haven't looked at your early stream history, but the first like 4 months or 5 months of me streaming,
Hmm.
I usually only had like two people there, like
Yeah.
almost the whole time. So, and it was like the same two people every time. So without them, it would have just been like me alone, and I
Yeah.
probably would have stopped doing it because it's not really peer pressure at that point if no
Hmm.
one come shows up. I kind of view the stream as kind of like a library, and a library needs people, and if there's no people, then
The library's out of
uh,
business. Yeah.
it's not a great library. So I had a couple people that would come almost every time, and they still come today,
Hmm.
and I think that's pretty awesome.
Yep. Likewise. Shout out to those of you who are still showing up, even though you graduated. 3, 4 people who commented today. They finished their exams. 2 of them graduated and working now. They finished their bachelors and masters. They still show up and say hello at the beginning of the streams. So shout out to you guys for coming back. You have absolutely no reason to, but I love you guys. You're great. And I hope to see you guys on the stream, which I was gonna say the next stream, but I don't know when the next one is. So I'll see you around. Is a more fitting ending.
Yeah, it transitions to a co-work stream once you graduate.
Yeah, yeah. Write your emails with me live. Uh,
uh,
man.
well, thanks for having me on, Datus. It was
Of
fun.
course. Likewise. Likewise. it was a really fun time. Honestly, on a Sunday night, this is the first week of my school that just ended. I would not have the amount of things to study or the motivation to sit down for 9 hours, considering I have learned nothing new um, yet from my teachers. So the
Mhm.
stream, just your presence itself, helped me as well to sit down and stream today and make the most out of the Sunday instead of relaxing after doing absolutely nothing on the weekend.
Yeah, and
So
kinda on brand, it was a language learning stream, basically.
exactly, exactly. I've been wanting to get into German and Slovak learning without the excuses, and I felt like today was the best day to get going because I have nothing to study for school, no exams, and no excuses. I can just ask the for tech support when I run into a problem while you're still here.
Yeah, for sure. Feel free to message me on Discord.
Definitely, definitely,
Um, and yeah, see you around, Datus. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
definitely. Are you gonna continue your stream?
I think I'm gonna end the stream
Okay.
because I have some stuff that I need to do today that's not really conducive to Pomodoro. I kind of need more flexible breaks and stuff
Yep,
for
yep. Okay.
my remaining work. So I'm gonna sign off here as well.
All right. Take care. Thank you again for joining us. It was really, really fun having you here, man. I hope we can do this again sometime soon when the exams start once again.
Looking forward to your exams. You've lost
Uh,
your mind in med school.
that makes one of us.
See
Take
you, bro.
care. Good night.